met a ginseng ballroom queen in Memphis. She tried to take me upstairs for a ride. She had to heat me right across the shoulders, 'cause I just can't seem to drag you off my mind. Yeah, it's a hard
Please welcome back the distinguished co-chair of the Republican National Committee, Sharon Day.
Good evening. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the 2016 Republican National Convention. The convention now will come to order. The colors will be presented by the Parma Fire Department from neighboring Parma, Ohio.
Quiet! March!
Please welcome Ed McNamara, who, along with his wife, co-founded the Prayers for Maria Foundation in memory of their daughter Maria, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Marlena Van Hoos, who will perform the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
York, Monsignor Kieran Harrington, for tonight's invocation.
Heavenly Father, we ask that you bless and inspire these delegates, that their deliberations over these next 4 days might be earnest and fruitful. Our forefathers recognized in your divine plan the freedom you intended for all men and women. We stand before you contrite for those times in our history where we failed to be the shining city on the hill for which you destined our great land. We humbly give you thanks, most especially for those who bravely wear the uniform here at home and abroad. Truly, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for a friend. Bless those who endured torture or sacrificed themselves for the freedom of our fellow countrymen and those in far-flung places around the world. Inspire us to build a more noble society that reflects your divine image to a world that is broken and brought low by sin. You have endowed our many peoples and nations with the gift of charity. May we be mindful of those who suffer here and abroad. Father, we know that our true citizenship is in your kingdom. You remind us that to inherit eternal life, we must love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. Your Son instructs us with the parable of the Good Samaritan as to who is our neighbor. May we defend life when most vulnerable in the womb or in old age. And let us not forget our obligations to the poor and the sick, the prisoner and the alien in our midst. We make this prayer through your holy name. Amen.
While the colors are retired.
Break. Face. Forward. Foot.
This time is for every time I prayed that I'd be found. For all the years I was running, ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Said I can feel the heavens open up, I feel it now. Said I'm too young to die, and I'm not too old to try. So here I go, I'm on my way. Said I've been holding on, cause I'm almost home. I can feel the sun rays. For all the times I was losing, all the times I was down. This time is for every time I prayed that I'd be found. For all the years I was running, ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Said I can feel the heavens open up, I feel it now. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. smoke on in my zone. Heart of a lion, the prize got my eyes on. The kingdom, the glory of Zion. Men on fire for all the times that we lost. Beat my demons, I'm beyond the phenom. Mouth gold, the heavens bless the story. This is more than me, this is for the glory. Too young to die, and I'm not too old to try. So here I go, I'm on my way. Said I'm holding on, I'm almost home. I can feel the sun rays. For all the times I was losing, for all the times I was down. This time is for every time I prayed that I'd be found. For all the years I was running, ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Said I can feel the heavens open up, I feel it now. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. Said I'm too young to die, and I'm not too old to try. So here I go, I'm on my way. Said I've been holding on, and I'm almost home. I can feel the sun rays. For all the times I was losing, for all the times I was down. This time is for every time I pray that I'll be found. For all the years I was running, ain't nothing gonna hold me down. And I can feel the heavens open up, I feel it now. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. This one's for the glory. Said I can feel the glory. This one's for the glory. God bless America.
Imagine me and you, I do. I think about you day and night. It's only right. And then I love you home and tight. And we're so happy together. If I should call you up, invest a dime, and you say you belong to me, and ease my mind. Imagine how the world could be so very fine, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the sky will be blue for all my life. Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life.
Please welcome avid hunter and businessman Willie Robertson of the popular TV series Duck Dynasty.
Woo! Y'all fired up? Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. As some of you know, we end every episode of Duck Dynasty with a family prayer at the dinner table. And I know we just said one, but I'm going to throw one more up with the way things are going in this country. Father, we're so thankful and blessed to be in this country. And Father, tonight we want to pray that you keep us safe. I'm mindful of my brothers and sisters in Louisiana right now, Father, and be with them in their pain. We love you through Jesus. Amen. I've always said that me and Mr. Trump have three things in common. We're both successful businessmen, although I flew commercial here, so I'm guessing he didn't. We both have had hit television shows, and we both have intelligent wives who are much better looking than we are. Are you cheering because we're ugly? It's been a rough year for the media experts. It must be humbling to be so wrong about so much for so long. But I have a theory about how they missed the Trump train. They don't hang out with regular folks like us who like to hunt and fish and pray and actually work for a living. Heck, I don't even know that they know how to talk to people from Middle America. I mean, when I tell them I'm from Louisiana, they really start talking real slow and real loud. Let me tell you why I've been on the Trump train from the beginning. See, when you're from the South and you grow up with rednecks, there are some occasional disagreements. Sometimes those disagreements turn into fisticuffs. But anytime I was ever in a bad spot, I always knew my brothers would have my back. And today, in a lot of ways, America is in a bad spot. And we need a president who will have our back. And I can promise you this, no matter who you are, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're looking for a job or trying to grow a business like I am, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're a serviceman fighting overseas or a cop who is risking their lives to help keep us safe at home, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're an average American who feels like you've been forgotten, neglected by faraway leaders, that the deck is stacked against you and you just can't win, Donald Trump will have your back. Now, he may not always tell you what you want to hear. You may not always agree. And it may not always be politically correct. But when your father's Phil Robertson, I'm used to that, okay? But I'll say this, Donald Trump will always tell you the truth as he sees it. And that's why we can trust him to make America great again as our next president. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Thank you so much. Tonight's theme is Making America Safe. So I want to thank all the brave men and women who served our country, including retired Lieutenant Colonel Charles Kettles, who just this morning received the Medal of Honor for his heroism in Vietnam. Absolutely. And I want to thank Mr. Trump for asking me to be here tonight. I can't tell you how much of an honor it is to stand up here and talk about a man that I trust with the lives of my family and the health of our country. America, the greatest country God ever created. Now, America is an easy place to get to. But for you first-time voters, it's important for you to know what it means to be an American. It doesn't mean getting free stuff. It means sacrificing, winning, losing, failing, succeeding, and sometimes doing the things you don't want to do, including the hard work, in order to get where you want to be. And that's what it means to be an American. But folks, our country right now is in a very bad spot. You can feel it, and you can see it everywhere. There's no stability. Nothing seems right. And all the things that we hold dear are being attacked every single day. We cannot go down this road anymore. We need to stop. We need Donald Trump to fix this. Is Donald Trump a messiah? No. He's just a man. A man who wants to give back to his country, America. The country that has given him everything. A country that has also given all of us so much. And now it's time to give back to her. We have a choice in November. We can go for Hillary Clinton, I agree, who wants to continue the same policies that are wrecking this country. Policies that make us unsafe. A woman who somehow feels that she's entitled to the presidency, that she's somehow owed it. Or we can go for Donald Trump. A man doing this from the goodness of his heart and genuinely wants to help. A man who knows how to get things done. A man who says what he means and means what he says. Hillary Clinton wants to be president for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump wants to be president for all of us. So, of course, let's make America great again, but let's make America, America again. Thank you all so much. God bless. Go Trump. Good night.
Hello, Cleveland. You know, back in 2006, my wife Anita and I
we had this extraordinary experience, this great pleasure of touring a naval base in San Diego. Our guide that day just happened to be this big old tall drink of water Navy SEAL who was recovering from combat-related injuries. Now, he was a Texas boy. He was pretty plain-spoken and respectful, and his love for America came through loud and clear. As we departed that day, I just told him, kind of in passing, if you're ever in Austin, come by and see us. Now, you know, some people might say that that meeting was just blind chance or a twist of fate. I'll tell you, it was by the grace of God. And he and I kept in touch over the course of the months through a tour that he had in Iraq and in his return to Texas. And darned if he didn't just show up on our doorstep at the governor's mansion, unannounced, with nowhere else to go. We welcomed him into our home. We helped him get the care that he needed. And today, he's like a second son. Now, many of you know the battles he fought in Afghanistan, but too few of you know the battles that he and thousands of veterans just like him face when they come home. Tonight, our commitment is this: making America great again starts by taking care of our veterans. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an American hero, the lone survivor, Marcus Luttrell.
Cleveland. Yeah. Y'all know I love you. I love coming down here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you again for having me back. For those of you I've stood before in the past, it's a pleasure to do so again. For those of you I haven't stood in front of, thank you for the privilege to do that. Really, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I was fortunate enough in life to be born from a patriotic family. It taught me to love this country and the people who make her up unconditionally, to die for any woman and to fight beside any man without hesitation or hopes of individual achievement. That's the way I was raised, and that's the way I still walk my life. For generations, the men and women in my family have served this country proudly, both at home and abroad. My father served in Vietnam, and although he was shamed out of his uniform, it only solidified his resolve to raise his boys, me and my twin brother, to be patriotic and love this country and its people more than we loved ourselves. In the past 10 years of my Navy SEAL career, the first 10 was in combat. The next part of it, I was traveling around the country, state to state, city to city, town to town, armed only with the memories of your bravest fighters and the story of how hard they fought to protect our way of life. And because I was willing to completely open up my life and speak about the worst week of it, I was blessed with meeting and seeing, well, the greatest people America had to offer. And I think it's important to say that we got to make sure that the hell the veterans return from is not the hell they come home to, okay? That's what was promised, and that's what's deserved, period. It also speaks volume about my generation, and I love my generation, Generation X, the X-Men. It was an honor to fight alongside all of you. That even when the system doesn't take care of our boys, the citizens step up, start foundations and programs to help the wounded and the families of the fallen. So from the bottom of my heart, and literally, please know that I end every day on my knees thanking God for y'all and what you do and how you covet my generation of veterans coming home. I got a chance to, for those of you who know me, you know I only talk about stuff that I've experienced, and usually on the worst side of it and the best side of it. Well, I had a chance to actually spend time with Mr. Trump, and I know he understands what it's going to take to fix this. And the only way we're going to keep America safe is to have an elite military, all right? Made up of the warriors and prepared by the toughest training that we have to offer, supported by the best equipment and backed up by the nation, well, that puts those people in harm's way. Every one of us has to step up in some way. We need our leaders to lead by example. Excuse me. They need to lead by example and show the American public that each and every life underneath the flag should be family and treated accordingly. I'm sorry. I'm so used to speaking from the heart, when I have to read this, it goes wrong, so I'm just going to go. You ready? Not only do the leaders have to step up and support us, but the family, those of us in here, we're all family. We step up and we back them up too. Not only that, we hold them accountable for every position and office that they hold. Either way, look, either way, the only way we survive this is together, not apart. In order for any life to matter, we all have to matter. You understand? To my generation, that was for y'all. To the next generation, this is for you. Your war is here. You don't have to go searching for it. Your people are afraid. I stand among you walking. I was allowed to walk with giants, all right? And now we're looking for the next generation of giants. Who among you will love something more than you love yourself, all right? Who among you are going to step up and take the fight to the enemy? Because it's here. I challenge all of you to fight for this country and for each and every one of us. Look, the world outside of our borders is a dark place, a scary place. America is the light, and her people are the goodness that grows from that. She'll always be worth fighting for, and it was my greatest honor to fight for her every day of my adult life, all right? And I just wanted to come up here and thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to serve you for 20 years. And I swear to God, I'm going to spend the next 20 paying you back. So thank you again. God bless.
My name is Patricia Smith. My son, Sean, was one of 4 brave Americans killed during the 2012 terrorist attack at Benghazi. Sean was a wonderful son and father to my 2 amazing grandchildren, Samantha and Nathan, now 10 and 11. He was proud to serve his country with the United States Foreign Service. The last time I talked to Sean, the night before the terrorist attack, he told me, "Mom, I am going to die." All security had been pulled from the embassy, he explained, and when he asked why, he never received a response. Nobody listened, nobody seemed to care. The very next day, he was murdered by radical Islamic terrorists. To this day, I don't even know why a computer guy like Sean was sent to Benghazi. That night, we lost sons, brothers, fathers, and husbands. We lost 4 brave Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice for the country they chose to serve, and the American people lost the truth. For all of this loss, for all of this grief, for all of the cynicism the tragedy in Benghazi has wrought upon America, I blame Hillary Clinton. I blame Hillary Clinton personally for the death of my son. That's personally. In an email to her daughter shortly after the attack, Hillary Clinton blamed it on terrorism. But when I saw Hillary Clinton, she sure is. She sure is. She lied to me and then called me a liar. When I saw Hillary Clinton at Sean's coffin ceremony just days later, she looked me squarely in the eye and told me a video was responsible. Since then, I have repeatedly asked Hillary Clinton to explain to me the real reason why my son is dead. I'm still waiting. Whenever I call the State Department, no one would speak to me because they say I am not a member of the immediate family. Sean is my son. Hillary Clinton is a woman, a mother, and a grandmother of 2. I am a woman, a mother, and a grandmother of 2. How could she do this to me? How could she do this to any American family? Donald Trump is everything Hillary Clinton is not. He is blunt, direct, and strong. He speaks his mind and his heart. And when it comes to the threat posed by radical Islamic terrorism, he will not hesitate to kill the terrorists who threaten American lives. He will make America stronger, not weaker. This entire campaign comes down to a single question. If Hillary Clinton can't give us the truth, why should we give her the presidency? That's right, Hillary for prison. She deserves to be in stripes. God bless the veterans.
My name is Bill Cowell. We don't come to you as Republicans or Democrats or with any party affiliation. We come to you instead as Americans who care. Americans who care about our country and about our comrades and others. We don't deal with failed leadership, false promises, and Washington double talk when American lives are at stake. But those are the exact problems that the Select Committee on Benghazi uncovered.
I mean, Libya was a different kind of calculation. We didn't lose a single person. We didn't lose a single person. We didn't lose a single person.
We honor the memories of Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Wayne Doherty, and Tyrone Woods. Their families have dealt with the reality of their deaths because of their service to America. And this is the simple story of those men's reality on the ground in Benghazi. Our intelligence agencies knew that some of the rebels we supported were terrorists. Some were members of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group. All of them were Al-Qaeda groups on the State Department terrorist list. One of the terrorist commanders was even a former inmate at Guantanamo Bay.
The day before the Benghazi terrorist attacks, President Obama conferred with his cabinet to see what might be needed for the anniversary of 9/11. Hillary Clinton and Leon Panetta were present. Not a single change was made that might have helped those in the high risk area of Benghazi.
It was sudden, violent, and brutal. It was a terrorist attack. No one could have possibly known how long it would last. Glenn Doherty was in Tripoli. His comrades were under attack. He answered their calls for help and went to the sound of the guns.
At 7 p.m. in Washington, Panetta ordered the appropriate staff in the DoD to initiate movement, some 3+ hours after the message came in that there were Americans under fire.
At a 7:30 meeting, Hillary Clinton's State Department requested that the Marines go in civilian clothes, no military uniforms, and no weapons, in a war zone where Americans were under fire, because they didn't want to look like an invasion, because we didn't want to offend anybody. Really?
And even before the final American deaths occurred, Secretary Clinton sent out a statement blaming it on a spontaneous protest about a video, while privately telling others it was a terrorist attack. Most folks don't take mortars to a protest.
In the end, not one U.S. military aircraft, not one soldier outside of Libya was sent to Benghazi, where a battle dragged on for hours. Washington never intended to send anybody to Benghazi.
Americans don't leave a man behind. It's not who we are. It's not what we do. Yet we don't want our teammates coming home in flag-draped coffins because of failed leadership, false realities, and Washington bureaucrats who don't have their policies or priorities straight. We want them coming home with honor to their families and a grateful nation that can say, thank you for your service.
Geist and John Teagan, members of the Benghazi Annex security team and co-authors of the book 13 Hours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, America, for showing us the support and the dedication that should have been offered by Hillary and her State Department to those who actually saved their asses.
September 11, 2012, at approximately 9:35, 9:40, we got a call the U.S. consulate had been overrun. We immediately got our gear ready to go, got the vehicles ready, and we got On 3 separate occasions, we got told to wait by the chief of base, Bob, and we got told to stand down. You know, next thing we know, we hear the State Department over the radio saying, hey, if you guys don't get here, we're all gonna die. Stand down order be damned. Embassies, the consulate's under siege. We took off, we left, we weren't waiting no more. As the 3 of us moved on to the consulate, the first thing you see is the main village just engulfed in fire and smoke, you know, and just pouring out. Moved up to the front steps of the consulate. Off to my right, I see them pulling a body out of the window, limp body, and ended up being Sean Smith, and he was already dead of smoke inhalation by the time we showed up. Myself and Rowan continued to move. We went in. Just the heat of the fire, you know, just blasted in our face. The smoke just obliterated our sight. It was so thick. We tried to get on our bellies to see underneath the smoke. It was no luck. A little while later, Tonto and DB came through the back gate. As they moved their way onto the consulate grounds, started searching. After a few minutes, Tonto went and helped the State Department guys gather up the classified information, get them ready to go in their armored vehicle, and all of a sudden we end up getting a counter-assaulted. And at that time, instead of the State Department security agents jumping out and helping us defend their U.S. consulate, they took off, which left the 6 of us to defend the consulate. You know, I got out, went up on the roof of the villa, made my way up to towards the back gate. The guy who initiated was with an RPG. On his 3rd shot as he's coming out, as I came over the top of the parapet, I let loose on about a 10-round volley and he dropped. It was calm for about 5 minutes. Then we got word they were gathering about another 100 or so terrorists from the drone feed that good old Hillary was watching. And it came to a point where we had to make a decision. You know, at that time, we didn't know the U.S. ambassador was even still at the consulate, if he had been kidnapped prior to us even getting there, but we're pretty sure if he was there, he was dead. You know, we had a responsibility of 30 other personnel over at the Annex, so we had to make the tough decision, and we headed back to the Annex without the ambassador.
You know, as the team arrived back at the Annex, we took up our fighting positions because we knew that they were going to be following up from the consulate and coming to our place. But we were ready for them. We started seeing movement on the east side of our compound. Then all of a sudden, something came flying over the wall, had sparks flying from it, landed between Tig and I and exploded. And that's when they opened up on us, but we also unleashed some hell on them. The first wave had about 20 terrorists in it. They went away with a whole lot less.
After that first initial firefight, you know, Ozzy's being kind of old, you know, he's like 40 years older than I am, so he had to pull out his med kit, grab some gauze, he's like shoving it in his ear. It's really funny, it looks like he's got a tampon in it, but sorry. But, you know, I kind of smile at him, I look at him and say, hey, you know, is that kind of loud much?
And you know that's because Tig come right up beside me, stuck his gun right here, firing right next to my left ear. I can't hear out of it to this day, thanks to him.
You should have moved.
You know, soon after that, we got word that the support team from Tripoli, led by Glenn Doherty, had landed at Benghazi Airport. You think the airport security in the United States is bad, you ought to try landing at an airport in a foreign country controlled by a militia that you don't know who their loyalty is to, and you've got a bunch of guns and a bag of money. Thank goodness money talks.
Mine doesn't. So, you know, going around 1:30 in the morning, you still have the U.S. ambassador, he's still missing. And, you know, still we got movement starting to come up again on our east side. And, you know, I get on the radio and said, hey, you know, hey, Bob, are they going to secure the outer perimeter? Again, you're looking at 1:30, about 3.5 hours into the attack. And we get the answer, I don't know. Good intel. At that point, a vehicle actually came out of the darkness. A guy jumped out of the vehicle, immediately drew his arm back. How Oz saw him, you know, old age with the eyes, he ended up picking him out, threw 3 rounds into him. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, you know, and you would take that guy out, another guy would pop up, and then another guy would pop up.
You know, it's kind of like that arcade game down on the main strip. You always go play whack-a-mole. Guy'd stick his head up and you'd take him out. Another guy'd stick his head up and you'd shoot him.
You know, pretty much about a little bit after that, we got a call that the ambassador was located at the hospital in Benghazi. You know, there was no way for us to determine if this was valid, if he was alive, if he was dead. You know, we don't know if it could have been a trick for us, you know, to spread our defense, you know, and, you know, pretty much, you know, just kind of screw everybody else over at the consulate. But, you know, we had decided to stay put again.
You know, at this time I had moved from where I was at with Tig and got up on top of the roof. We call it Building C. And I was up there with Tyrone. And, you know, during the downtime, me and Tyrone had started talking about events that night. And Tyrone had told me about earlier that night when Tig had saved his life, because he got lost in the smoke of the building over at the consulate. And he started yelling out for Tig. And Tig, with total disregard for his own safety, after having just come out of the smoke-filled room, went back in and pulled Tyrone out. It was during that, you know, and he was talking about his kids. And it was really, because all of us had a lot of young kids there, every one of us that was there. And heck, Jack had just found out that his wife had been pregnant. And so he had a newborn baby coming. And, you know, none of us at that point knew if we were going to make it home or not. And this is getting on to about that time in the morning, about 5:30, when the sun starts coming up. And you start seeing that change off on the horizon where the sky turns from really dark to that dark blue, kind of starting to turn light blue. And you're hearing the morning prayers from the minarets in the distance. About the time the call for prayer finished, you know, we thought, hey, the next attack is going to be here. About that time when we heard over the radio that Glenn and the team from Tripoli had made their way to the Annex and were just getting ready to pull in. And when they did, instead of going inside the building, Glenn, he came up on top of the roof. He wanted to get in the fight. So he joined us up there. You know, and Tyrone introduced me to Glenn because I'd never met him before. First thing out of my mouth was, it's good to have another gunfighter up on top of that roof. He kind of turned and started walking away from me, and it was about that time that the final attack started. A rocket-propelled grenade hit the back wall, and small arms fire opened up from the north, right in front of me and Ty. A mortar hit on top of our outer wall, our outer perimeter wall, and the State Department guy yelled out that he was hit. Took some shrapnel up into his forehead. We opened up fire. Tyrone opened up with a machine gun. I opened up with my assault rifle. And that's when the second mortar hit. Hit about 15 feet to my right. The explosion kind of knocked me back a little bit. And as I stood back up, I kind of noticed that Roan was in a fetal position to my left at my feet. And I raised my left hand up to grab my rifle and start shooting. And that's when I noticed that I was first injured. And my left arm, about 6 inches above the wrist, was kind of hanging off at a 90-degree angle. It was then that the third mortar hit. And as I glanced over my right shoulder, I noticed that Glenn went face down on the roof. And he was out of the fight. I tried again to bring my arm up and grab my weapon because I wanted to get it back into the fight. And it just wouldn't work. I couldn't get it to hold on. And that's when the fourth mortar hit. And that's really the first time that I ever felt like any pain that night. And it felt like I got stung by like 1,000 bees. I figured at that time, this hard-headed Marine probably ought to get to some cover in case they drop another one on us. Semper Fi, thank you. So I dove for cover and everything went quiet. God bless you. Thank you. I pulled the tourniquet out, started to get it on my arm, but I kind of got distracted. I wanted to check on Ron, so I crawled over, tried to find a pulse, couldn't find one. And it was about that time I saw a shadow come up on top of the roof, and that was Tig. The dust and debris still hadn't even finished falling when he come up on that roof.
He kind of got scared where we're initially fighting out of, so he went on the roof. And, you know, as I'm standing there, and, you know, the first round, you know, he's saying Ron was just laying hate pretty much, and, you know, when that first round hits the roof, it just went dead quiet. You know, the debris was so thick, you couldn't see the stars, you couldn't see, I mean, it just went pitch black, pitch quiet. I start moving towards the building C, and I get on the radio and I said, hey, you guys all right up on building C? Of course, I didn't expect a response at all, but the team leader gets on the radio and says, you know, hey, we're all right in here. Of course, you have to tell them to shut up, talking about the guys up on the roof. Jack gets on and says, hey, got no movement, ran over there. You know, first thing I do is I jump over the parapet. The first guy I see is the state guy. He's kind of leaning up against the wall. He's got his pistol out. You know, his left leg just below the knees, almost completely severed off. His left arm below the elbow is almost completely severed off. And I had to disarm him really quick. Lucky he didn't shoot me. Maybe I got a medal if he would have, but I don't know. I got 2 tourniquets. You know, put a tourniquet on his leg, put a tourniquet on his arm. You know, I'm asking for extra help from the guys below inside the building, and you know, the whole time I'm also doing that, I'm hearing kind of something crying behind me. It's kind of a weird sound. I don't usually hear that too often in combat, but you know, it's like I get him done. I give him back his pistol. I unloaded it, of course, because you know you're not going to give him a loaded pistol back. But as I start moving across, you know, again I can hear the whimpering, and next thing I know, I notice it's Oz. He's kind of sitting his back up against the wall, playing with his wrist, you know, like a little kid, you know, like this. And I'm like, hey, dude, you need to quit doing that. You're going to make it worse.
I kind of figured I was trying to put it back in place, but it wouldn't stay there.
Yeah, I didn't have any super glue, but so you know, he had his tourniquet out. I grabbed his tourniquet. I got his tourniquet on his arm, stood him up, and said, "Hey, man, can you get to the ladder by yourself?"
I told him, yeah, because I knew that Ty and Glenn still needed help. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was still hoping that they were alive. So I walked over to the ladder that went down and kind of sat up on the ledge, and I'm sitting there looking down thinking, okay, how am I going to get down off this thing? You know, I just survived two or three assaults on our compound, and 3 mortars landed on me, and next thing you know, I'm sitting there thinking, my luck, I'm going to fall off this darn roof and break my neck. You know, those aren't the stories I want my kids to hear about how I died. If I'm going to go out, I want to go out in a blaze of glory. So I ended up hooking my good arm on the top rung of the ladder, and I was thinking I'm going to swing my feet down around and land on the ladder, but sure enough, you know, Murphy's Law, what can go wrong will go wrong. So right as I kind of slid my feet down, I fell off the ladder. Luckily, I caught myself with my good arm. I kind of pulled myself back up, got myself together, and climbed on down the ladder. Walked around through the front of the building, meeting one of our other guys coming out, and he walked me in and laid me down on the floor. And I was sitting there, and they were looking at me, and I told them, you know, hey, you need to cut my clothes off because I know I got a bunch of other holes in me. I know there's a bunch of other wounds that need to be treated. So finally, they got my clothes cut off of me, and we found about 20 or 30 other shrapnel holes. Most of them weren't bleeding too bad, so we got the big ones plugged and ready to go again.
You know, after I got Oz up, and you know, he kind of mumbled a little bit because he lost his cane when the mortars hit, so he didn't have a cane to walk across the roof anymore. But you know, immediately I went over to where the next guy was, which was Roan. I rolled him over, immediately checked for a pulse. His throat moved just a little bit. I didn't get a pulse, so I immediately ripped off his body armor, you know, lift up his shirt, and did what we call look, listen, feel. Kind of put your ear on their mouth, so you're trying to hear or feel their breath and see if their chest or their stomach's moving at all. Didn't get anything. I got the flashlight, checked for a pupil dilation, and there was nothing. So at that moment, I knew he was gone. And, you know, I knew Oz, he just went down. And, you know, so I knew the next radio call was going to be for him, and because Ron was also our medic. So I'd announce, hey, Roan's gone. Got up, moved over to the next guy, which ended up being a, Glenn Doherty Bub. Again, same like Oz, never worked with him, never met him. Rolled him over, same thing, checked for a pulse, look, listen, feel, did a pupil dilation, same thing, there was nothing. Immediately went back over to Roan, grabbed all of his weapons and stuff like that, kneeled down and said a prayer over him. Went over to Bub, grabbed his weapon system, kneeled down and said a prayer over him. At that time, we all got off the roof, and we knew we had to get out of there. We had to get everyone else out of there because there was nothing that we had that could defend against a mortar attack. And the fact that a building just got hit by 3 81mm mortars and it didn't collapse on everybody inside, well, it definitely wasn't the construction of the building. It was definitely from upstairs.
It was the grace of God. Once we got all us wounded stabilized, we secured the dead, we made sure that we didn't have any critical information left behind, and that's when we made our way to the airport. To get there, we ended up having to enlist a militia. Happened to be Gaddafi loyalists. Those are the ones that helped, that Hillary wanted to get out of Libya. They're the ones that helped the Americans get to the hospitals and get to the airport. When we got there, we loaded up the non-shooting personnel. I made my trip in the back of a Hilux pickup truck. It's kind of like a Toyota. They came over to me. I was sitting on a gurney, and they came over to grab the gurney. And that's when I kind of sat up, and I told them, I walked into Benghazi, I'm going to walk out.
Yeah, and that was the same plane that had brought Glenn and the guys down from Tripoli. But, this was one of the planes that Glenn didn't make it back on. The plane that they actually secured, the Tripoli team secured from a Libyan that they actually had just met that day. Again, I don't think it's really a coincidence. We got an overwatcher with us that night. We got everybody loaded up, headed to Tripoli, and then we had to turn our task because we got left. We didn't get left behind. We stayed behind because they couldn't hold everybody. Again, the Gaddafi loyalist militia stepped up and said, hey, we can go get the ambassador. They took off. They came back, returned with the ambassador's body. Myself, Tonto, and one of the Delta Force guys, make sure it was him, looked him over. He was wearing the exact same clothes he was wearing that morning when I saw him when we went over there because there was a threat on there was a threat on a government compound that day. And, but he was wearing the exact same clothes. The only difference, he had black soot on his feet, on his fingernails, around his ears, but there was no sign of torture, no sign of mutilation. It was obvious to us he died of smoke inhalation. And all those rumors about that happening to him and our whole government not squashing it right away is a bunch of bull crap. At that point, we still didn't know how we were going to actually get out of there. Several minutes go, a lot of minutes go by. C-130 starts rolling down the runway. We're thinking, this might be for us. It kind of comes a little bit closer, but then does a U-turn, pulls off to a little hangar area and shuts down. We see all the crew get off, the pilots get off. We kind of stand there for a little bit. Well, one of the team members that came down from Tripoli and the linguist that came down from Tripoli went over there, and it took them about 15 minutes or so, and they kind of persuaded the pilots to take us back up to Tripoli. And again, the last American to leave Benghazi, we didn't leave on an American plane, but we left on a Libyan plane flown by Libyans. The first U.S. bird, any U.S. asset we saw wasn't a jet. It was a medical transport bird that took us all to Germany about 5 p.m. on September 12th. At least 20 minutes after a siege, right? But it was about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that night, there were more than 30 American lives that were saved that night. And it's because Americans never give up. We refuse to lose. Benghazi's been a four-letter word for the left, but it's not about politics. Benghazi was about opportunities. Opportunities taken when we defied the stand-down orders, and opportunities squandered when Hillary failed to protect her people on the ground. Had she done her job that night, we wouldn't have had to compromise the Annex. Ty, Glenn, Sean, and Ambassador Stevens would be alive today. Now we as Americans, we have an opportunity, and that opportunity is to elect someone who will make this country safe again. We have to elect someone who will have our backs, someone who will bring our guys home, won't leave anybody behind. We have to elect someone who will lead with strength and integrity. And I believe that person is Donald Trump.
You know, we did our part. Every fallen veteran did their part. Now do yours.
Now it's time to you do yours. God bless you and thank you all. Thank you, America.
Tens of thousands crossing the border.
Border Patrol agents have their hands tied.
How many instances of gang members do we know of that have crossed the border?
68,000 illegal immigrants convicted of a crime were released in the United States instead of being deported.
So many of these individuals are not being charged at all.
In a case like this, you're talking about letting a violent felon walk back out on the street.
More deaths and more guns found thanks to the botched Fast and Furious gun running operation.
Border Patrol agent Brian Terry was shot in the back and killed during a shootout on the Arizona border.
Someone has to be raped, robbed, murdered before they will become a priority.
My name is Kelly Terry Willis.
I am Kent Terry.
We're speaking to you live tonight from the Arizona-Mexico border. We're here to tell you about our brother and our hero, Border Patrol agent Brian Terry. Brian believed in a life led in the service of others.
Our parents always knew he would choose a career in law enforcement. He enlisted in the Marines and served in 2 different police departments in our native Michigan. He later joined the Elite Border Patrol Tactical Unit, also known as BORTAC.
On December 14, 2010, not far from here, Brian was pursuing a crew of illegal immigrants who were robbing and assaulting drug runners and other illegals. When Brian and his team engaged them, shots were fired and our brother Brian was mortally wounded. He died at 11:08 p.m. His last words, as reported to me, "I'm hit, I cannot feel my legs, I think I'm paralyzed. That will haunt me to the day I take my last breath."
Brian was supposed to come home to Michigan for Christmas for the first time in years. Instead of celebrating the holidays with him, we buried him not too far from the family home. 2 weapons recovered from the scene were traced back to Obama's failed Fast and Furious gun trafficking operation. Guns were used against Americans, on American soil, and yet no one in the Obama administration has been held accountable.
Brian lived for his family, his friends, his community, and our country. The best way to honor him is to honor his fellow Border Patrol officers. Obama's failed policies are leaving Border Patrol agents thinly equipped and not able to do their jobs effectively. And my brother paid the ultimate sacrifice for those failures. They need the personnel and equipment required to keep our borders secure. In Arizona, for example, there are only 1.5 agents per every 10 square miles. This is unacceptable.
Only one candidate is serious about border security, and that's Donald Trump. He will give our heroic Border Patrol agents the resources and support needed to do their jobs. President Trump will make Border Patrol secure again. Rest in peace, brother. God bless Border Patrol agents. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
Good evening. I'm honored to be here. And this November, we're going to win. I know I'm not your typical convention speaker. You might be wondering why I chose to speak. Well, the truth is that I never considered myself very political or spoken out politically before. But my belief in this country and my faith in Jesus Christ have compelled me to speak now. That's right. I am concerned about our country's future. I am concerned about my children's future. And I believe we need Donald Trump, who shares, that's right, who shares my beliefs and my faith to get our country back on track. In the past 8 years, failed policies have caused our country to deteriorate. Our rights have been trampled and our security threatened. We are weaker by almost every measure. We are on the wrong path. It is clear even to someone who was not even born here. I came to the United States from Rome, Italy in 1985. That's right. E va Italia. I followed all the rules and finally became a naturalized citizen in 1996. That's right. Others who want to come to the U.S. to live and work should follow the same rules. That's right. We are a nation of laws for a reason. There should be no shortcuts for those who don't want to pay or wait. You know, my mother was born in a communist Prague, escaped the Czech Republic, and met my dad in Italy. I know what socialism looks like. I don't want that for my children. Not at all. But that's the path. That is the path we're headed down with the leader we've had and the candidate he endorses. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton promote division. Don't be fooled, but Donald Trump is for unity. Donald Trump believes in one America with liberty and justice for all. Having secure borders, protecting our citizens, none of this is hateful. This is the responsibility of the government. That's right. And it's the right thing to do. Donald Trump will get it done and put us back on the right track. People know this, and that's why they have voted as they have. We can no longer afford to be silent. Our country needs Donald Trump to make us great again. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome Marianne Mendoza, Sabina Durden, and Jamil Shaw.
Good evening. My son, Sergeant Brandon Mendoza, was killed 2 years ago by an illegal alien who was a repeat criminal. Every one of the crimes that he committed had laws that should have resulted in court-mandated jail time, but it didn't happen. Instead, I had my son's life stolen from me by a man who was 3 times the legal limit drunk, was high on meth, and drove for over 35 miles the wrong way on 4 different freeways. And he had no business being in this country. My son was an intricate part of a community, and his death has left a large void in many people's lives. This is a good cop story that was cut short. He was a modern-day beat cop. He went door to door and met everyone in his beat. They invited him in for dinner. He checked in on the elderly. He got drug dealers out of the neighborhood. He advocated for children. He provided an annual Thanksgiving dinner. He shopped for children at Christmas, and he inspired children to stay in school. A memorial is still up in the area he patrolled. My son's life was stolen at the hands of an illegal alien. It's time that we have an administration that cares more about Americans than about illegals. A vote for Hillary is putting all of our children's lives at risk. It's time for Donald Trump. Thank you.
Sadly, I have a similar story to share with you. My best friend, my rock, my son, Dominic, my only child, was also killed by an illegal immigrant. I call them illegal aliens. He was an amazing young man who was loved by all. He was fun, generous, outgoing. He was also in law enforcement. He was a 911 dispatcher and pursuing his dream to be a helicopter pilot for the police department. Life was good, his future looked bright, until a criminal, illegal alien turned his car in front of him riding his motorcycle to work, and he killed him instantly. The killer was from Guatemala and had previously been deported with felonies for armed robbery and grand theft. After returning to America illegally again, he was caught drunk driving. No license, no registration, no insurance, and he got probation. Another DUI, another probation. 5 weeks later, while barely under the legal limit of being drunk, he killed my Dom. He was given a misdemeanor and served just 35 days in jail. I have been talking about illegal immigration since 2012, since he got killed, and no one listened until Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not only my hero, he's my lifesaver. Hillary Clinton, or as we know her, Crooked Hillary, always talks about what she will do for illegal aliens and what she will do for refugees. Well, Donald Trump talks about what he will do for America. USA, 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 USA. We need to enforce our existing immigration laws. We need to secure our borders so no other person has to ever go through this kind of grief, pain, and agony knowing this could have been prevented. Build the wall, and Americans need to come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the RNC for the invitation to speak about my beloved son, Jamil Jazz Shaw II. Special thank you to my friend, the undisputed GOP nominee and the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. On March the 2nd, 2008, my life changed in a twinkling of an eye. 1 minute, I'm hearing my son's voice. Be right home, old man. I'm right around the corner. Next minute, gunshots, and Jazz is dead. I saw the hole in his head and blood everywhere. It happened so fast, Jazz was still holding his phone. At the same moment, his mother was serving in our military overseas. The day we buried Jazz, LAPD came to my home to tell us they found the killer. For 2 weeks, local politicians supported us, and every black politician in LA did too. They even put up a permanent memorial. 2 weeks after that, everything changed. We learned the killer was an illegal alien gangbanger from Mexico. Released from jail with a deportation hold, 3 gun charges, and an assault and battery on a police officer. And the politicians disappeared. In 2012, we finally had our day in court. The DA proved Jazz was murdered because he was black. The coroner testified while Jazz was on his back, bleeding from a stomach wound. His hands were up, and a second bullet went through his hand and into his head. It was also proved that the killer's gang targeted black males. You'd think Obama cared and Black Lives Mattered. No, and we all know Hillary is Obama's 3rd term. Only Trump called me on the phone one day to see how I was doing. Only Trump will stand against terrorists and end illegal immigration. The wall, build the wall. Only Trump mentions Americans killed by illegals. Trump will put America first, not crooked Hillary. I'll say it again, like I said it before. Trump is sent from God. Support Trump, Pence. Let's come together and make America safe and great again. Thank you.
Please welcome United States Representative Mike McCall of Texas.
Good evening. I'm Michael McCall, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee. And I'm a 4th-generation Texan. Born and raised in Dallas, Texas. Let us remember tonight the Dallas and Louisiana police officers who tragically lost their lives. America stands with my hometown, and we will never forget. And to law enforcement officers across this nation, we are with you, and we will always support you. Tonight, we heard powerful testimony from people who have been devastated by Obama's reckless immigration policies. Haven't we had enough? And now Hillary Clinton is promising more of the same. Open borders, executive amnesty, and the surge of Syrian refugees. This is a dangerous liberal agenda, and it's time for change. It's time to take back our country and make America safe again. USA. USA. We need to end sanctuary cities. Keep dangerous people out of our country. And secure our borders once and for all. Our country's national security is at risk. President Reagan once reminded us that America was a shining city upon a hill, a beacon of hope to the world. But after 8 years of weak leadership, our city on a hill is now a city under siege. Today, our allies no longer trust us. Our adversaries no longer fear us. And our enemies are plotting against us. This did not happen by accident. It happened by design. It is the work of Barack Obama and the architect of his failed foreign policy, Hillary Clinton. For years, they presided over America's retreat, and the consequence is clear. Leading from behind has led us into danger. When Hillary stopped talking about the war on terror, our enemies noticed. When she helped withdraw our forces from Iraq, creating a power vacuum, she paved the way for ISIS to rear its ugly head, and our enemies noticed. When 4 Americans were murdered and Benghazi burned, she blamed it on a video, and our enemies noticed. And when she stood on the sidelines while terror hotspots erupted across the globe, our enemies noticed. We have all witnessed the recent attacks in Nice, Paris, Brussels, and Istanbul. But now we are in the crosshairs. Our own city streets have become the battleground. Fort Hood, Boston, Chattanooga, San Bernardino, and Orlando. But instead of protecting Americans, the Obama administration turned a blind eye to the danger. So let's cut through the suffocating political correctness and call the threat what it really is. The enemy is radical Islam. These fanatics have radicalized a religion into a weapon, targeting our way of life. President Reagan once asked, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" But tonight, let me ask you this question. Are you safer than you were 8 years ago? No. Is our military stronger? is America still respected? Over and over, Obama and Hillary apologized for America and allowed jihadists to spread like wildfire. We cannot afford Hillary in the White House again. We need someone who can repair the damage she has done, take the fight to the enemy, and put America first. That man is Donald Trump. I am proud to serve as a member of his national security team. And I can tell you this, Donald will never apologize for American greatness. He will promote it. It's time to unify as a party. It is time to unify as a party. He will never bow down to our enemies. He will stand up to them. And Donald will never allow terrorists to gain ground against America. He will shake the ground they walk on. My father was a bombardier in World War II and participated in the D-Day invasion against the Nazis. His generation, often defined as the greatest, defeated fascism and communism, handing down a better and safer America to my generation. Now, we are in a struggle against the forces of radical Islam and terror, which must be defeated for our children and our grandchildren. A Trump administration will take on this fight and send a clear message to the Islamist terrorists. You may have fired the first shot, but rest assured, America will fire the last. Thank you. May God bless America, and God bless the next President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Please welcome Milwaukee County Sheriff David A. Clark, Jr.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make something very clear. Blue lives matter in America. I stand before you tonight with a heavy heart as the law enforcement community prepares to bury three of Baton Rouge, Louisiana's finest. But there is some good news out of Baltimore, Maryland, as Lieutenant Brian Rice was acquitted on all charges in the malicious prosecution of activist State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now I want to talk to you about something important. Indeed, a concept that 5 law enforcement officers were murdered and 9 more were wounded for earlier this month, and for which 3 more were murdered 2 days ago in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And that is the importance of making America safe again. You see, I believe that this noble mission is not just a requirement, but a prerequisite for achieving this campaign's goal of making America great again. We simply cannot be great if we do not feel safe in our homes, on our streets, and in our schools. I see this every day at street level, where many Americans increasingly have an uneasiness about the ability of their families to live safely in these troubling times. This transcends race, religion, ethnicity, gender, age, and lifestyle. And if you don't believe it, a recent Gallup poll confirms it. And more than half of all Americans now worry a great deal about crime and violence, up consistently and dramatically from just a few years ago. And for African Americans, that number is 70%. Sadly, for a growing number of communities, the sense of safety that many of us once took for granted has been shattered. Americans don't always feel safe, no matter if they are working in a big city, living in a suburb, or rural areas all around this great country. I often tell residents of Milwaukee and the city and towns that I visit that safety is a shared endeavor. It starts with the willing acceptance of people to play by society's rules. A code, if you will, where we collectively agree upon that ensures stability, fairness, and respect. It is built on a foundation of trust in each other and in the people who administer and enforce society's rules, which at its foundation is the rule of law. In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote passionately about the interrelatedness of all communities and states and about our inescapable network of mutuality tying us in a single garment of destiny. He spoke of the basic morality of the rule of law, provided that it is applied equally to both the wealthy and the impoverished, both men and women, and yes, the majority and the minority. What we witnessed in Ferguson, in Baltimore, and Baton Rouge was a collapse of the social order. So many of the actions of the Occupy movement and Black Lives Matter transcends peaceful protest and violates the code of conduct we rely on. I call it anarchy. You see, American law enforcement officers understand that race is and has been a heated issue in our country. Most appreciate the vital need for thoroughness and transparency and pursuit of the greater good in their actions and in their investigations. These are truths that are self-evident to me and which I practice. And they are the truths that Donald Trump understands and supports. Donald Trump is the steadfast leader our nation needs. He has spoken passionately to me of his belief in our American system of justice, and he speaks to the values that are at the foundation of our social contract. Throughout his campaign and over the many years before, he has consistently and constantly raised his voice, not only in defense of the character of the American police officer, but the need for all people to feel that they are being treated fairly and respectfully by law enforcement. You see, Donald Trump understands that what can make our nation safe again is a recommitment to a system of justice in which no government official, not even those who have fought their way to the marble and granite halls of Washington, no private citizen, no elected official, even Hillary Clinton, and no group of people, despite the fervor with which they press forward their grievances, can claim privilege above the law. It cannot happen in the United States. The tradition of the primacy of the rule of law in America is strong. It is in those simple facts and in our acts we will move forward toward making America safe again. God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
Please welcome United States Representative Sean Duffy of Wisconsin and his wife, Rachel.
Hey! Hello, America! I met Rachel 19 years ago on America's first reality TV show. 6 weeks ago, we had our 8th little baby. Who said nothing good comes out of reality TV?
So with a family of 10, it gets a little crazy. So we have some pretty simple rules in our house. Clean your room.
No teenage boys in your bedroom.
No waking mom and dad up on Saturday mornings.
No private servers in the basement.
And no lying.
Especially to the FBI. For us, it's all about family. I come from a long line of lumberjacks. My Irish family were tough farmers and sawyers who came to Wisconsin to work. They knew anyone could succeed in America with grit, faith, and family.
My grandparents came here from Mexico. They settled in Arizona, where my father was a shoeshine boy. By the age of 12, he started his own business making piñatas. My mother taught herself English, and both of my parents attended night school and earned their degrees while raising a family.
Hard work. That's right. Hard work, discipline, self-reliance, and opportunity. That's the American dream we believe in.
And it's a dream that's bigger and more satisfying than any bureaucrat or government check could ever hope to deliver.
Our grandparents chose to be Americans, and we choose to be Republicans. Because the Republican Party offers upward mobility rooted in individual liberty and economic freedom.
We cannot let America become like the corrupt socialist regimes that our families left behind.
Sadly, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton have left us $19 trillion in debt, and thousands of new rules and regulations are crushing the American workers. Do you want 4 more years of that? Radical jihadists are killing Americans, while all the time Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are fretting over whether to call it workplace violence or a hate crime. Do you want 4 more years of that? We need to unify behind a new president who can strengthen, protect, and restore our nation for the next generation.
Every morning, I look into the eyes of what's at stake in this election. Our children, yours and mine. The challenges facing America have never been greater. We must meet those challenges.
We can make America great again, and we will. But it's going to take all of us in Wisconsin, and hello, Wisconsin. We turned our blue state red. We have won every election except the big one. We can't stay home now if we're going to save our country. America, let's rally behind Donald Trump, and together, let's make America great again. May God bless you all. Let's have a great convention.
Please welcome El Paso County Commissioner and candidate for the United States Senate, Daryl Glenn.
Give God the glory. Good evening. I said, good evening. My name's Daryl Glenn, and I'm an unapologetic Christian, constitutional conservative, pro-life, Second Amendment, loving veteran. And I'm your Republican nominee for Senate in the #1 battleground state in this country, and that's Colorado. It is my privilege to stand here and support our next president, Donald Trump. You know, I'm often asked, why are you a Republican? Well, it's because the Democrat Party is the party of handouts. And after over 7.5 years, the only thing we have left in our pocket is change. Yeah. This president ran to be commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, his rhetoric has made him divider-in-chief. We're more racially divided today than before he ran. But there's more. Did you see the new Black Panthers outside? Where's Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton? They don't speak for Black America, and they don't speak for me. Mr. President, I have a message. This is not about Black America, white America, or brown America. This is about the United States of America. You know, and quite frankly, somebody with a nice tan needs to say this: all lives matter. Here's some more facts, Mr. President. Neighborhoods have become more violent under your watch. Your rhetoric has a direct impact on the relationships between communities and the police. We can bring this country together, but we must realize that our heroes in blue are part of the solution and not the problem. Stand up and support those men and women in Dallas. Stand up and support those law enforcement in Louisiana. Let's make sure that we hear them, ladies and gentlemen. This is your opportunity. Blue lives matter. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. And the rally is, nobody wants bad cops off the street more than good cops. But if we really want to heal our communities, more men need to start stepping up and taking care of their children. Safe neighborhoods happen when fathers and mothers are at home. But there's more. We also must recognize that evil does exist in this world. The threat from radical Islamic terrorism is real. Our troops don't care what party you represent. They care about having the tools, training, and equipment to be able to do their jobs. And if you put them in harm's way, let them win. And when they come home, honor them and care for their injuries. My friends, we must win this election. Hillary Clinton is unfit to be president. And we all know she loves her pantsuits. Yes, you know it's coming. But we should send her an email and tell her that she deserves a bright orange jumpsuit. Here's the bottom line. American exceptionalism is alive and well. Evil exists. But as God is my witness, this battle has already been fought and won. Believe we can win. Believe we can change things. Believe that together we can make America great again. My name's Daryl Glenn. I can't do this without your help. God bless each and every one of you. God bless the great state of Colorado. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome the United States Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton.
Thank you. For 8 years, we've seen what happens when America leads from behind. Leading from behind. That's not what the Army taught me. And to everyone who agrees that America ought to lead the way, I have a message to deliver. And let me say it loud and clear: help is on the way. Let me tell you a story about an Arkansas farm boy who became a soldier. When America was at war, he was away at school, and then in a comfortable professional job, exempt from service. But he sacrificed that comfort against the wishes of his family, against the wishes of his father, who himself had served. He volunteered for the Army. He became an infantryman. That farm boy was my dad, Lynn Cotton. He went to Vietnam in 1969. Thirty-five years later, because of 9/11, I did the same. Against the wishes of my family, I gave up my legal career and I volunteered for the Army. And I became an infantryman, and I went to Iraq and Afghanistan. My dad said he felt like God was punishing him for what he did to his dad. But God wasn't punishing them. God had called us to serve, just as he calls so many of you to serve as well. My family isn't extraordinary. In fact, we're very ordinary. From the farms of Arkansas to the fire stations in New York, so many families could tell the same story. The defense of this country is always a family affair, and these families shoulder more than their share of the task. We don't fight because we hate our enemies, but because we love our country. We love its freedom, and we love that we as Americans are born equal and live free, and that no one can boss us around or rule us without our consent. We know these things are worth fighting for and dying for because they make life worth living for. Our warriors and their families don't ask for much. We're blessed to serve, and we're grateful for the generosity of our fellow citizens. But there are a few things we'd like. We'd like a commander-in-chief who speaks of winning wars and not merely ending wars. We'd like a commander-in-chief who calls the enemy by its name. A commander-in-chief who draws red lines cautiously, but enforces them ruthlessly. And it would be nice to have a commander-in-chief who can be trusted to handle classified information. And we'd like politicians who treat our common defense as the chief responsibility of the federal government, not just another government program. This isn't much to ask for, but 8 years without it is more than enough, and another 4 years is unthinkable. So let me quote the last Republican vice president about the consequences of the last time a Clinton was in the White House, and let me say again, this time directly to our troops in a Trump-Pence administration and with a Republican Congress: help is on the way. Now believe me, no man wants more war if he's seen the face of war. I've planned memorial services for fallen comrades in the mountains of Afghanistan. I've carried their flag-draped caskets off a plane. I've buried them at Arlington National Cemetery. But the wisdom of the ages affirms the counsel of our first president to be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace. The purpose of our common defense, after all, is to protect the American people and preserve our independence so that we can enjoy the blessings of peace: faith, freedom, family, prosperity. My father and his father were willing to fight so that their children and grandchildren might live in peace. Sadly, that wasn't to be. But my generation is fighting, has fought, and will fight so that our children, my infant son Gabriel, and the Christmas baby my wife and I are expecting, might one day live in peace. And for that cause, I speak tonight not only to Republicans, but to the millions of independents and Democrats who share that dream and who wish to make America safe again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please welcome Karen Vaughn, the mother of fallen Navy SEAL Aaron Vaughn.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight. It is a great honor. I'm here because I remember when America was strong and proud, when our word meant something. I'm here because I raised a son who believed in this country enough to give his life for it. And most of all, I'm here because we are at a crossroads unlike anything we have ever witnessed in our lifetime. And something must change now. We need new leadership, strong leadership, leadership we can trust to protect us in the face of ever-changing dangers, both here and abroad. Leadership that will no longer sit idly by and let our enemies define the world in which we live. There is no adversary the U.S. military cannot defeat if we unbind them from the restrictive, ludicrous rules of engagement they've been forced to fight under for the past 7 years. Thank you. Thank you. Our national leaders' desire to win hearts and minds at whatever cost to our own has had devastating effects. Too many American sons and daughters have died needless deaths due to these absurd rules, including my only son, Aaron, and the 29 other brave, fearless warriors on board Extortion 17. Countless others have curtailed their military careers because of a culture they know puts their lives at needless risk. As one brave warfighter put it, I did not join to be sacrificed, I joined to fight. We have lost the will to defend ourselves against enemies who are hell-bent on destroying us because we have been unwilling to lead with strength. We've been unwilling to even call our enemy by name. And how can you defeat an enemy you cannot even name? we must elect leaders who will give our soldiers every tool possible to win. Leaders we can trust to stand strong against our enemies. Leaders like Donald Trump. It is way past time to make America strong and safe again. Thank you, and God bless this amazing United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the United States Senator from Alabama, Jeff Sessions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, good friends. Thank you, Alabama. Speaking from this podium today is a long way from the rafter seats my wife and I had as college students in Miami in 1972, I gotta tell you. This year, our voters spoke clearly on two critical issues in our primaries: trade and immigration. They affirmed Donald Trump and his positions. They opposed Obama trade, and they demand a lawful system of immigration that protects their safety and their financial well-being. Average Americans have been the first to know that something is wrong with this economy. Our middle class is steadily declining, with our African American and Hispanic communities being the hurt the most. But the Washington establishment, the media, big corporations have been in denial. Fellow Republicans, we must understand that the incomes of middle-class Americans today are $4,000 less per year than in 1999. This is an economic disaster. We're on the wrong track, and the American people know it. Yet Hillary Clinton's plan is more of the same: more government, more taxes, more regulation, more illegal immigration, and more debt. She has been the champion of globalist trade agreements, but the facts are in, they have not worked for the American people. When those agreements were signed, President Clinton and Obama promised our dangerous trade deficits with China and Korea would be reduced. But the deficit with China has increased fivefold, and the deficit with Korea is more than doubled in just 4 years. These are job-killing numbers. Worst of all, they're now pushing the disastrous 5,000-page Obama trade, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. This must not happen. This election has also been about immigration. For 30 years, our good and decent people have rightly pleaded with their leaders for an end to the lawlessness and for sound immigration policies that are fair and advance the national interest. To this legitimate plea, our elites have responded with disdain, dismissal, and scorn. But is there anyone in America that does not understand that when we bring in more workers than we have jobs for, the job prospects and wages fall? Top economists and the Congressional Budget Office have told us in Congress just that. Is it too much to ask that we slow down and protect our national security and jobs? We lawfully admit, friends, 1.1 million permanent residents annually to this country, more than any other country in the world, and they are, for the most part, wonderful new additions to our country. And on top of that, we have 700,000 guest workers here that take jobs, and the majority of these are not seasonal or agriculture workers. There are about 350,000 people who succeed in crossing our borders illegally each year, and almost 500,000 more unlawfully overstay their visas. These are extreme numbers, but the only solution from Obama and Hillary Clinton is to capitulate to the lawlessness and give amnesty and citizenship to all. It will not work. Understand this. From 2000 to 2014, while our existing population increased by millions, the number of jobs held by Americans actually declined. Amazingly, all the net job growth during that period went to immigrants. Combine that with the reality of efficient businesses, increased automation, and slow growth. The fact is, we just don't have enough jobs being created now for the people who are here. Does this help to explain why our wages have fallen and why we have the lowest percentage of Americans actually holding a job in 40 years? Our duty as elected officials is to get our people jobs first. It cannot be our policy to take jobs from abroad while government support payments are used for those unemployed Americans. Bad trade deals, excess immigration floods the labor market, reducing job prospects and wages. Improper vetting places our nation at risk of terrorism. Remember, the president has the clear power to suspend immigration to protect America. So Americans want help now. This election will make it happen. That is why we need Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the leader who will bring change. He has the strength, the courage, and the will to get it done. He is attracting more and more independents and Democrats to our movement. Donald Trump will kill Obama trade. Donald Trump will build the wall. And Donald Trump will make America great again. Thank you. God bless.
Please welcome the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani.
Thank you. 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 Thank you, New York. For a New Yorker for once on the ticket, Donald Trump. I'm here to speak to you about a very serious subject: how to make America safe. The vast majority of Americans today do not feel safe. They fear for their children. They fear for themselves. They fear for our police officers who are being targeted with a target on their back. We pray for our police officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge and their families. And we say thank you to the Cleveland Police Department for protecting us. Thank you. We know the risk you're taking. And we say thank you to every police officer and law enforcement agent who's out tonight protecting us, black, white, Latino, of every race, every color, every creed, every sexual orientation. When they come to save your life, they don't ask if you are black or white. They just come to save you. We also reach out. We reach out our arms with understanding and compassion to those who have lost loved ones because of police shootings, some justified, some unjustified. Those that are unjustified must be punished. Those that are justified, we must apologize to. It's time to make America safe again. It's time to make America one again. One America. What happened to, there's no black America, there's no white America, there is just America. What happened to it? Where did it go? How was it flown away? I know we can change it because I did it by changing New York City from the crime capital of America to the safest large city in the United States. What I did for New York, Donald Trump will do for America. I have known Donald Trump for almost 30 years, and he has created and accomplished great things in my city and all over the world. But beyond that, this is a man with a big heart. Every time New York suffered a tragedy, Donald Trump was there to help. He's not going to like my telling you this, but he did it anonymously. When police officers were shot, when firefighters were hurt, when people were in trouble, he came forward and he helped and he asked not to be mentioned. Well, I am going to break my promise to him. I am going to mention it. This is a man with a big heart who loves people, all people, from the top to the bottom, from the middle to the side. I am telling you this because I am sick and tired of the defamation of Donald Trump by the media and by the Clinton campaign. I am sick and tired of it. This is a good man. And America should be sick and tired of their vicious, nasty campaign. You deserve to know this about your next president. He's been a great father, father-in-law, grandfather, and friend to me, my wife Judith, and my family for now almost 30 years. I know him personally, and this is a very good and decent man, and he will be a great president. In the last 7 months, there have been 5 major Islamic terrorist attacks on us and our allies. We must not be afraid to define our enemy. It is Islamic extremist terrorism. For the purposes of the media, I did not say all of Islam. I did not say most of Islam. I said Islamic extremist terrorism. You know who you are. And we're coming to get you. Failing to identify them properly maligns all those good Muslims around the world who are being killed by them. They are killing more Muslims than anyone else. It also sets up a fear of being politically incorrect that can have serious consequences. It did in San Bernardino. It did with Major Nadal. He was yelling Allah Akbar. The only person who couldn't figure out this was an Islamic terrorist extremist attack was Barack Obama. Who called it workplace violence. This is why our enemies see us as weak and vulnerable. Donald Trump has said the first step in defeating our enemies is to identify them properly and see the connections between them so we can find them and catch them. To defeat Islamic extremist terrorists, we must put them on defense. If they are at war against us, which they have declared, we must commit ourselves to unconditional victory against them. This includes undoing one of the worst deals America ever made, Obama's nuclear agreement with Iran, that will eventually let them become a nuclear power, and is putting billions of dollars back into a country that's the world's largest supporter of terrorism. We are actually giving them the money to fund the terrorists who are killing us and our allies. We are giving them the money. Are we crazy? Donald Trump will make sure that any agreement with Iran meets the original goals of the UN and our allies, a non-nuclear Iran. Donald Trump is a leader. He will reassert America's position as the nation with the best values to lead the world. It was Hillary Clinton who advocated for the overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya. Now Libya is in chaos. Hillary Clinton is accountable for this and much more. Her dereliction of duty and failure to keep her people safe played a major role, as you heard tonight, in the horrific Islamic terrorist murders on September 11 and 12, 2012, in Benghazi, which claimed the lives of 4 brave Americans: Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens, U.S. Foreign Service Officer Sean Smith, and CIA agents Tyrone S. Woods and Glenn Doherty. May they rest in peace. And Clinton and the Obama administration, for political reasons, lied about the purpose of the attacks, including Hillary Clinton lying directly to the families of the people who were killed right to their face. Hillary Clinton's answer to Congress about the death of these 4 brave Americans because of her gross failures as Secretary of State was, quote, "What difference at this point does it make?" What difference does it make? Watch the video yourself and see the arrogant disregard for American lives lost unnecessarily because of her, and then make up your own mind. Anyone who... It means we're getting to them. It means we're getting to them. It means we're getting to them. Anyone who can say that it makes no difference how or why people serving America are killed should not be entrusted with the awesome responsibility to protect them and us, and should not be allowed to be our commander-in-chief. Who would trust Hillary Clinton to protect them? I wouldn't. Would you? Donald Trump will change all of that and more. In short, he will lead by leading, not by following. You know Donald Trump will secure our borders. His opponent has had her chance to do this, and she has failed. Hillary Clinton is for open borders. She is in favor of even taking Syrian refugees, even though the Islamic State has told us they're going to put their operatives in with the Syrian refugees, operatives who are terrorists, who are going to come to Western Europe and come here and kill us. They've told us that, and she still wants to take in these Syrians. We can't afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. Hillary Clinton's experience is the basis for her campaign. Hillary Clinton's experience is exactly the reason she should not be president of the United States. There's no next election. This is it. There's no more time for us left to revive our great country. No more time to repeat our mistakes of the Clinton-Obama years. Washington needs a complete turnaround, and Donald Trump is the agent of change, and he will be the leader of the change we need. He will make America once again like the president I worked for, Ronald Reagan. The shining city on the hill. Vote for Donald Trump, for a safer America, and for an America headed in a different direction. Greatness! God bless our next president, Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America, USA!
Thank you. We love you. Thank you very much. We're going to win. We're going to win so big. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to win so big. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to win so big. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to present the next First Lady of the United States, my wife, an amazing mother, an incredible woman, Melania Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have all been very kind to Donald and me, to our young son Barron, and to our whole family. It's a very nice welcome, and we are excited to be with you at this historic convention. I'm so proud of your choice for President of the United States, my husband, Donald J. Trump. And I can assure you, he's moved by this great honor. The 2016 Republican primaries were fierce and started with many candidates, 17 to be exact. And I know that Donald agrees with me when I mention how talented all of them are. They deserve their respect and gratitude from all of us. However, when it comes to my husband, I will say that I'm definitely biased, and for a good reason. I have been with Donald for 18 years, and I have been aware of his love for this country since we first met. He never had a hidden agenda when it comes to his patriotism, because, like me, he loves this country very much. I was born in Slovenia, a small, beautiful, and then communist country in Central Europe. My sister Ines, who is an incredible woman and a friend, and I were raised by my wonderful parents. My elegant and hard-working mother, Amalia, introduced me to fashion and beauty. My father, Victor, installed in me a passion for business and travel. Their integrity, compassion, and intelligence reflects to this day on me and for my love of family and America. From a young age, my parents impressed on me the values that you work hard for what you want in life, that your word is your bond, and you do what you say and keep your promise, that you treat people with respect. They taught and showed me values and morals in their daily life. That is a lesson that I continue to pass along to our son. And we need to pass those lessons on to the many generations to follow. Because we want our children in this nation to know that the only limit to your achievements is the strength of your dreams and your willingness to work for them. I'm fortunate for my heritage, but also for where it brought me today. I traveled the world while working hard in the incredible arena of fashion. After living and working in Milan and Paris, I arrived in New York City 20 years ago, and I saw both the joys and hardships of daily life. On July 28, 2006, I was very proud to become citizens of the United States. The greatest privilege on planet Earth. I cannot or will not take the freedoms this country offers for granted. But these freedoms have come with a price so many times. The sacrifices made by our veterans are reminders to us of this. I would like to take a moment to recognize an amazing veteran, the great Senator Bob Dole. And let us thank all of our veterans in the arena today and those across our great country. We are all truly blessed to be here. That will never change. I can tell you with certainty that my husband has been concerned about our country for as long as I have known him. With all of my heart, I know that he will make a great and lasting difference. Donald has a great and deep and unbonding determination and a never-give-up attitude. I have seen him fight for years to get the project done, or even started, and he does not give up. If you want someone to fight for you, and your country, I can assure you, he's the guy. He will never, ever give up. And most importantly, he will never, ever let you down. Donald is and always has been an amazing leader. Now he will go to work for you. His achievements speak for themselves, and his performance throughout the primary campaign proved that he knows how to win. He also knows how to remain focused on improving our country, on keeping it safe and secure. He is tough when he has to be, but he's also kind and fair and caring. This kindness is not always noted, but it is there for all to see. That is one reason I fell in love with him to begin with. Donald is intensely loyal to family, friends, employees, country. He has the utmost respect for his parents, Mary and Fred, to his sister Marianne and Elizabeth, to his brother Robert, and to the memory of his late brother Fred. His children have been cared for and mentored to the extent that even his advisories admit they are an amazing testament to who he is as a man and a father. There is a great deal of love in the Trump family. That is our bond, and that is our strength. Yes, Donald thinks big, which is especially important when considering the presidency of the United States. No room for small thinking, no room for small results. Donald gets things done. Our country is underperforming and needs new leadership. Leadership is also what the world needs. Donald wants our country to move forward in the most positive of ways. Everyone wants change. Donald is the only one that can deliver it. We should not be satisfied with stagnation. Donald wants prosperity for all Americans. We need new programs to help the poor and opportunities to challenge the young. There has to be a plan for growth. Only then will fairness result. My husband's experience exemplifies growth and successful passage of opportunity to the next generation. His success indicates inclusion rather than division. My husband offers a new direction, welcoming change, prosperity, and greater cooperation among peoples and nations. Donald intends to represent all the people, not just some of the people. That includes Christians and Jews and Muslims. It includes Hispanics and African Americans and Asians and the poor and the middle class. Throughout his career, Donald has successfully worked with people of many faiths and with many nations. Like no one else, I have seen the talent, the energy, the tendency, the resourceful mind, and the simple goodness of the heart that God gave to Donald Trump. Now is the time to use those gifts as never before for purposes far greater than ever. And he will do this better than anyone else can, and it won't even be close. Everything depends on it for our cause and for our country. People are counting on him. All the millions of you who have touched us so much with your kindness and your confidence. You have turned this unlikely campaign into a movement that is still gaining in strength and number. The primary season and its toughness is behind us. Let's all come together in a national campaign like no other. The race will be hard fought all the way to November. There will be good times and hard times and unexpected turns. It would not be a Trump contest without excitement and drama. But throughout it all, my husband will remain focused on only one thing: this beautiful country that he loves so much. If I'm honored to serve as First Lady, I will use that wonderful privilege to try to help people in our country who need it the most. One of the many causes dear to my heart is helping children and women. You judge society by how it treats its citizens. We must do our best to ensure that every child can live in comfort and security with the best possible education. As the citizens of this great nation, it is kindness, love, and compassion for each other that will bring us together and keep us together. These are the values Donald and I will bring to the White House. My husband is ready to lead this great nation. He's ready to fight every day to give our children the better future they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump is ready to serve and lead this country as the next President of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Please welcome retired United States Army Lieutenant General and former Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Michael Flynn.
I don't know how you follow an act like Melania Trump, who's going to be the next First Lady of the United States of America. Another big round of applause for her. Unbelievable, and what an exciting night. I'm here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. There is no substitute for American leadership and exceptionalism. America should not fear our enemies. In fact, we should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country and our way of life. You're darn right. That's right. Good for you. Tonight, we stand together as proud patriots who deeply love our country and believe in the principles of freedom, democracy, and liberty. USA, you darn right, get it going. USA, USA. USA, get fired up. This is about this country. This is about the future of our children. We know that America, our nation, is the greatest country in the history of the world. Let there never be a substitute for America, and let us sustain the conviction that our country holds a unique place and role in American history, and American exceptionalism must never fade. But now, it is up to us, and you cannot sit this election out. I stand with you as a citizen, a veteran, a patriot, but more important, as an American, to tell you that the destructive pattern of putting the interests of other nations ahead of our own will end when Donald Trump is president. Trump, there you go. Exactly. From this day forward, we must stand tougher and stronger together with an unrelenting goal to not draw red lines and then retreat, and to never be satisfied with reckless rhetoric from an Obama clone like Hillary Clinton. We must draw from the rich foundation of our founding fathers' fight for democracy and lead our friends and allies with more determination than ever before. With conviction in our beliefs that pierces through the ideology of any people or any nation that attacks America, America's way of life, and our proud heritage of fearlessness and courage. Tonight, America stands as one, with strength and confidence to overcome the last 8 years of the Obama-Clinton failures, such as bumbling indecisiveness, willful ignorance, and total incompetence that has challenged the very heart and soul of every American and single-handedly brought continued mayhem, murder, and destruction into our neighborhoods and onto the world's streets. On this day, we start the beginning of a new American century, a time when we turn our heads forward with persistent and relentless focus on protecting our communities, our families, and our country, with our feet firmly planted on the ground, and by holding individuals accountable for their actions equally and fairly. Our new American century does not risk its future on political correctness and senseless hyperbole. Exactly. Exactly. USA. You got it. You got it. That's exactly right. It's about this country. It's about this country. That's right. The time is now. The time is now to recognize our obligation that we have to the world, an obligation to lead the world with unwavering integrity, renewed strength, and unapologetic resolve. And with Donald Trump in the White House, we will make America great again. Damn right. America's once traditional, undisputed role as world leader is now in jeopardy. It's in jeopardy, folks. The Obama-Clinton duo, they failed our country by defying America's exceptionalism and betraying our nation's history and our founding fathers' revolutionary spirit that established America on the principles of freedom and democracy. American exceptionalism was a core principle when the United States led and won our battles. Under this doctrine, we led the Allies to victory in World War II against Nazi Germany. USA, 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 USA. I mean, God help us. Get fired up. You are right. I love it. I love it. We are the first country to put a man on the moon. We ended the Cold War. We ended the Cold War, and we stopped communism. We stopped communism's quest for world domination. As Ronald Reagan said, and I quote, "If we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth." USA, I love it. You guys are great. A centerpiece of American foreign policy was once the protection of the United States and its people and interests around the world. Sadly, under current leadership, that is no longer the case. This cannot stand, period. We must recognize that America has enemies in our homeland and abroad. And our military needs to be capable of protecting the nation by finding and capturing our enemies. The president must have the tools to deal with all threats to this country and must have the guts to put them into action whenever necessary. And Donald Trump is that leader. And I'm going to say that again. Donald Trump is that leader. We must regain our ability to truly crush our enemies. And our soldiers deserve to hear from their leaders with clarity and precision. Too often, way too often, our troops are distracted by trivial matters about what words to use, what terminology is politically correct, and what bathroom door to open up. My God, war is not about bathrooms. War is not about political correctness or words that are meaningless. War is about winning. War is about winning. There is no substitute. There is no such thing as a runner-up, and there are no consolation prizes. A commander-in-chief does not draw red lines and then retreat. America does not back down from anyone or anything. That's right. USA, USA, USA. You got it right, baby. That is exactly right. Get fired up. This is about this country. It's about our country. We are tired of Obama's empty speeches and his misguided rhetoric. This has caused the world to have no respect for America's word, nor does it fear our might. Let me be clear. Coddling and displays of empathy towards terrorists is not a strategy for defeating these murderers, as Obama and Hillary Clinton would like us to believe. And releasing, and listen to what I'm about to say, and releasing terrorists will not end this war. On the contrary, it simply emboldens the terrorists and it prolongs the war. Under Barack Obama, we have no coherent strategy to protect our citizens. And under Hillary Clinton, it will be more of the same. You got it right. I am infuriated when our president bans criticism of our enemies. I am certain, I am deadly certain, that we cannot win this war unless we are free to call our enemies by name. Radical Islamists and failed tyrants. Because of Obama's ill-advised actions, the world has lost faith in American leadership, and the threats are mounting. Radical Islam, metastasizing throughout the world, a complete lack of American military readiness to face multiple fronts, untold cyber threats, demoralized allies around the world, a struggling United States economy unable to compete with a burgeoning Chinese economy, growing nuclear capabilities of China, Russia, and North Korea, and loss of respect and confidence around the globe. We have become the best enemies and the worst friends. And I'm going to say that again. We have become the best enemies and the worst friends, and that has to change. These next 4 years will be consumed by the perils that we now face. And the so-called red lines or reset buttons were utter failures. And the Obama-Clinton failed foreign policy list goes on and on and on. We need a commander-in-chief who understands these challenges and is willing to do whatever it takes to meet them head-on. Our adversaries must never again mock American willpower, and we must never give them a reason to doubt our resolve to win. Thank you. The most damaging example of the president's failure to understand the consequences of putting political expediency ahead of national security is the emergence of ISIS. We cannot continue down this path. More lives are at stake. Our very life, our way of life is in jeopardy. Our very existence is threatened. What keeps me up at night? What keeps me up at night is the sobering realization that evil exists. The radicalization of Islam and its barbaric cause that uses modernity to influence potentially millions around the world to join their cause should keep us all up at night. We must take seriously the possibility that these enemies have weapons of mass destruction and intend to use them. That is a very serious issue. We must understand and define our enemies if we intend to defeat them. America and Americans deserve no less. Because Obama chose to conceal the actions of terrorists like Osama bin Laden and groups like ISIS, and the role of Iran in the rise of radical Islam, Americans are at a loss to fully understand the enormous threat that they pose against us. Now is the time for a leader that is honest and strong. A leader, that's exactly right. A leader who will stand up for America and make absolutely clear that if you cross her path, you will pay the price. Got it. We do not need a weak, spineless president who is more concerned about issuing apologies than in protecting Americans. We do not need a reckless president who believes she is above the law. Lock her up. That's right. That's right. Lock her up. I'm going to tell you what. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I use hashtag Never Hillary. That's what I use. I have called on Hillary Clinton. I have called on Hillary Clinton to drop out of the race because she put our nation's security at extremely high risk with her careless use of a private email server. Lock her up, lock her up. You guys are good. Damn right. You're exactly right. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know why? And you know why? You know why we're saying that? We're saying that because if I, a guy who knows this business, if I did a tenth of what she did, I would be in jail today. So, crooked Hillary Clinton, leave this race now. She needs to go. Before I end, I will repeat my belief that American exceptionalism is very real. Let us not fear what we know to be true. Let us not fear what we know to be true. Instead, we should always remember that our country was built upon Judeo-Christian values and principles. And instead, let us remember the sacrifices of those who have gone before us. America is unique. America is the greatest country in the history of the world. So, you're darn right. So get ready, America, get ready. Now is the time to elect fresh, bold leadership. Trump, let's go, come on. Get it going. We are just beginning. I promise you that Donald Trump knows that the primary role of the president is to keep us safe. He recognizes the threats we face and is not afraid to call them what they are. Donald Trump's leadership, decision-making, and problem-solving abilities will restore America's role as the undeniable and unquestioned world leader. He will lead from the front, not from behind. He will lead with courage, never vacillating when facing our enemies or our competitors. And he knows that the advantage, Donald Trump knows that the advantage in life, in business, and in wartime goes to the competitor that does not flinch and does not broadcast his game plan. Hey, Donald Trump will execute the fundamental tenet of peace through strength. And there will be no apologies for our American exceptionalism or leadership standing around the world. So once again, wake up, America. You cannot sit this one out. You cannot sit this election out. Get out of your houses and get out there and vote. And instead, elect Donald Trump as the next President of the United States of America. Thank you very much, and God bless America. Get out. USA, USA, USA. Keep it going. Thank you.
Three distinguished individuals: the United States Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst; Jason Beardsley, former Master Sergeant, U.S. Army Special Forces and current CEO of the Underground Movement; and the United States Representative from Montana, Ryan Zinke, joined by real American heroes previously recognized by Mrs. Trump. Senator Joni Ernst.
Distinguished delegates, Republicans, and millions of my fellow Americans watching around the country, especially those in Iowa. Thank you, Iowa. It's an honor to be with you in Cleveland and to be on this stage with fellow veterans. Among them, our Special Operations Master Sergeant Jason Beardsley, and my colleague, Congressman and Navy SEAL Ryan Zinke, who you'll hear from shortly. I never would have imagined a farm girl like me from Montgomery County would have the opportunity to serve as the first woman elected to federal office from Iowa. However, my parents always said to my brother, sister, and me that if we worked hard, anything was possible. Growing up, we didn't have much, but what we didn't have in money, my parents, particularly my mother, made up for with tenacity. She really encouraged us. You never hear her say, "No, you can't do this." Instead, if something was challenging, she'd say, "Joni, we'll figure out a way. If this is what you want, let's make it happen. We'll figure it out together." That's a trait
I carry with me today, and it's something I teach my own daughter. In our household and in the homes of many of those in the military, including those up here tonight, giving up, quitting, or accepting failure are not options. That resilience is not unique to our house. That can-do attitude has served as the foundation of our country for 240 years. It continues tonight here in Ohio, in Iowa, and all around our great nation. In between my freshman and sophomore years of college, I went on an agricultural exchange to the Soviet Union. At night, the Ukrainians didn't talk about farming. Rather, they wanted to know what it was like to live in a country where they could experience freedom. They wanted to know, yes, beautiful freedom. They wanted to know about our country, a place where anything was possible. When I came home, I realized it wasn't enough to simply enjoy freedom and liberty. I had to do my part to protect and preserve it. So I joined the military, which is a tremendously important institution that defends the freedoms that Americans cherish. Thank you. I've had the great privilege of serving my state and our country while working alongside some of our nation's finest soldiers. For 14 months, I served as a company commander during Operation Iraqi Freedom, where my unit was tasked with running convoys through Kuwait and southern Iraq. Last November, after more than 23 years of service, I retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa Army National Guard. As I travel across Iowa and around our great country, I hear from folks who are worried America is no longer leading, but rather following from behind. Those concerns are echoed by our allies around the world, and rightfully so. The question I hear time and time again is, where is America's leadership? There's a void in the world, a deficit that cannot be filled by others. Our country and the world of which we are a part simply cannot afford 4 more years of this lack of leadership under Hillary Clinton. Our allies see us shrinking from our place as a leader in the world, as we have failed time and again to address threats. They are looking for American leaders, leaders who are willing to stand up and say, enough is enough. Unfortunately, Hillary Clinton cannot be trusted. Her judgment and character are not suited to be sitting in the most powerful office in the world. She has already failed us too many times before. Hillary Clinton has failed to stop the expansion of terrorism.
Her policies in Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria have created more safe havens for terrorism. Shockingly, she continues to support a policy that brings captured terrorists into our backyards. All of us up here believe that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Hillary Clinton has failed to support our allies. Her decision to back the Iran nuclear deal puts in peril our longtime friends and allies in the region, especially Israel. They have continued to threaten to destroy Israel, both directly and indirectly, through its terrorist proxies, such as Hezbollah. They remain the top sponsor of terrorism, which endangers not just Israel, but Europe and the United States. And look, just take a look, folks, at the pathetic track record she and Obama have in the war on ISIS. This administration has called them junior varsity adversaries, ignoring some of the best advice they were given. They represent a threat that is not limited to the Middle East and is spreading rapidly. In fact, according to the FBI, ISIS is present in all 50 states. Think about it for a moment. Terrorists from ISIS are in every one of our 50 states. They will use, yes, boo, they will use whatever weapons they have. Guns, trucks, knives, poisons, and bombs to kill innocent people. Under this current administration's wayward policies, ISIS continues to spread, while the president fails to put forward a comprehensive strategy to defeat and destroy them. Donald Trump will not hesitate to call radical Islamic terrorism by its name. And he will not hesitate to destroy those that wish to harm our great nation. USA! God bless you. Yet Hillary Clinton has failed to protect our national security in other ways. She jeopardized our safety by deciding our laws don't apply to her, setting up her own private email server, and then lying to the American people about how it was used. That's right. Our men and women of the armed services, and let me say this clearly, our men and women of the armed services do not fail us. They cannot fail us. The veterans here with me did not fail us. They did not fail us. They too are individuals of the highest integrity. our presidents cannot fail us either. How can we accept Hillary Clinton when she has failed them, failed us, and cannot be trusted? She has proven time and time again that she is entirely unfit to serve as our nation's commander-in-chief. For too long, Americans have felt abandoned and their warnings unheard. Donald Trump has heard these voices loud and clear. We cannot afford 4 more years of the same failed policies. If that is not enough, the Veterans Administration has been failing those who have served alongside those of us here on the stage with scandal after scandal at the highest levels. Inferior care, long wait times, extraordinary inefficiency, and a bureaucracy that has gone wild still continues. We need a commander-in-chief who will stand up to our enemies, support our allies, and have our veterans' backs. We need, thank you, we need a leader who will ensure America remains a strong, stabilizing force around the globe and who will keep us safe here at home. Our country cannot take another 4 years like the 8 we've just had. It's time to stand up and fight for the security of our children, our grandchildren, and ourselves. With Hillary Clinton, it's always about her. It should be about you. Donald Trump is focused on you. He gave a voice to a movement of millions of Americans who are tired of politics as usual. I know as president, he will work tirelessly to keep our nation safe. Now is the time to make America safe again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, and may God bless all of you, the wonderful state of Iowa. The brave men and women in uniform, and these great United States of America. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Cleveland. Are you excited? Yeah. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, am I right? USA. Let's get some freedom, all right? I'm really proud to be on this stage tonight, here with other dedicated service people, including Senator Ernst, Representative Zinke, and all the rest of the men and women. As an elite soldier, I operated at times as the only American in the midst of our enemies. Still, no matter how dangerous the mission, I never lost my conviction that America was the world's best hope for good. That's right, USA. This same conviction can sustain the nation when we find ourselves imperiled. And this is such a time. From 9/11 to Russian aggression, to a belligerent China, and to the evil of the Islamic State, we face unparalleled threats. But we stand here tonight on the shoulders of giants and legends who gave us this American republic. And when we think of those who pioneered this country with courage and honor through a bloody revolution, and those who gave their lives for the cause of freedom around the world, today, at this crucial point in our history, can we summon the spirit that forged our nation and bound us together under principles of liberty and justice for all? The USA. It's time for us, once again, to choose freedom over tyranny. Over the last 8 years, the U.S. has traded her role of active leadership for that of a passive observer. Americans have been told that the U.S. has not always been a force for good, and that since we've made mistakes, we should forfeit our leadership, or God forbid, we should lead from behind. That thinking has endangered not just the U.S., but freedom across the world. And those results fall squarely on the shoulders of our current administration, supported by Hillary Clinton. Her leadership was absent as U.S. Marines were forced to smash their weapons while bureaucrats abandoned our embassy in Yemen. And it was absent as our enemies overran another consulate and killed 4 of our Americans in Benghazi. Lock her up. This so-called leadership thanked our enemies in Iran while sailors were on their knees. It's time we put someone into office who holds the same convictions that we hold, the same convictions that my fellow warriors and I hold, and the same convictions that my friends bled or died for. And as service members, we live by these convictions. USA. USA, get fired up. Imagine a country where our president shares those convictions and upholds the honor of our military. A president who knows our past and defends our liberty. With that kind of leadership, we will go over the top and into the teeth of this 21st century. In Donald Trump's America, we will have that leadership. God bless America. And in Donald Trump's America, the only time service members will get on their knees will be to thank their God that they are Americans. God bless you, thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening, Cleveland, and thank you for hosting. What a night. And Montana, you're in the house. You know, I'm honored to be sharing the stage with Senator Ernst and Jason Beardsley and all these distinguished veterans. What a circle of honor. I also proudly represent the great state of Montana and the first seal in the House of Representatives. And before I was elected to Congress, I spent 23 years as a Navy SEAL. I was a commander at SEAL Team 6. But what I'm most proud of is when I was growing up, my daughter was growing up, I told her two things. Don't join the Navy and don't marry a Navy SEAL. She ignored me, she did both. I'm so incredibly proud. I love you, Jennifer. So did you ever hear of a place called Gitmo? Let's just say I'm personally acquainted with many of those individuals experiencing those accommodations. And let me tell you, they need to stay there forever. Ever hear of Chris Kyle, Rob O'Neill, Glenn Doherty, Marcus Luttrell, and Ty Woods? I've had the privilege of working with these fine teammates and Americans, and I've mentored many more whose names you'll never know. But as a SEAL, there's three factors that accomplish success. The first is teamwork. You need to know without a doubt the guy behind you literally has your back. Secondly is training. We owe it to every troop in harm's way to make sure they have the right equipment, the right training, and the rules of engagement to win decisively in the field of battle. They deserve no less. And lastly, every SEAL, soldier, airman, and Marine knows never quit. Without teamwork, training, and never quitting, successful missions like the one that killed Osama bin Laden aren't possible. And when we don't do things right in dangerous situations, bad things happen. In January, Army Green Beret Matthew McClintock lost his life in Afghanistan when his unit came under heavy Taliban fire. Commanders on the ground requested air support, but they received nothing. This tragedy represents the weakness we've come to expect from armchair quarterbacks like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Senator Ernst ably described the leadership failures. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton both are responsible for these failures. For President Obama and Hillary Clinton, being popular is more important than being the commander-in-chief. President Obama and Hillary Clinton abandoned Iraq. President Obama and Hillary Clinton drew a red line in Syria and then refused to uphold it. President Obama and Hillary Clinton watched passively as China and Russia filled the international leadership vacuum that they created. President Obama reached a dangerous nuclear arms agreement with Iran, a country whose people and leaders tweet death to America. And Hillary Clinton remained largely silent. Our world knows this president is weak, and his anointed successor, the architect of Benghazi, is no better. Together, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton brought us ISIS and brought down Benghazi. I shudder to think how many times our flag will fly at a half-mast if Hillary Clinton is in the Oval Office. You know, I've been to a lot of funerals, and too many funerals. Casualties, unfortunately, are inevitable in war. But the lives of Sergeant McClintock and 4 Americans in Benghazi could have been saved with leadership in the White House. Donald J. Trump is not afraid to talk about radical Islamic terrorism. And I can guarantee you, if we go to war, we're going to go to war to win. We need a commander-in-chief who will support our troops rather than abandon them in Benghazi. We need a commander-in-chief that will put our veterans in front of the line rather than letting them die while waiting for health care. And we need a commander-in-chief that will stand with Israel rather than fund Iranian rockets that attack Israel. America, it is time to rally. It is time to rally the troops. It is time to rally around our candidate. It is time to rally around Donald Trump, who will make America safe again. Thank you. God bless America. Good night, and God bless all our troops, men and women who defend her. Montana, I love you.
Please welcome the senior pastor of New Destiny Christian Center in Florida, Paula White.
I'm going to ask us all to rise up and let us pray. As never before, our nation needs prayer. Dear God, we need you. We stand tonight in challenging times. I'm reminded of your words in Isaiah chapter 59, verse 14. Our courts oppose the righteous, and justice is nowhere to be found. Truth stumbles in the streets, and honesty has been outlawed. Yes, truth is gone, and anyone who renounces evil is attacked. We, too, have often turned our back on truth. At the beginning of this convention, at this very, very critical moment in America's history, we choose a different path. We pray that you would forgive us for our unrighteousness, that you would inspire us to do what's right, that you would empower us to be brave, that you would give us faith that believes that things can and things will change. Help us, oh God, to fight with all of our might for the future of our country, for the freedom of our children and our grandchildren, for the peace that is brought by our rule of law, for your definition of justice. Help us pray, not only in these symbolic moments, but in every moment, God. Help us to pray like we mean it, and help us to pray like it matters. Protect us from all those who aim to destroy us and make America safe again. Give us eyes to see a brighter future for America. We believe in faith that it's time for darkness to be dispelled. It's time for this nation to live out its holy calling in the world. And it is time for us to bridge the divide and become one again. We believe in faith that it is time for us to become the light that this world so desperately needs. And it is time for this nation to uphold truth proudly and boldly. We choose by faith to stand for the way of our God, to walk in love, to seek peace for the generations to come. And we choose by faith to raise up a standard against the forces of evil, to have a heart for your presence, to have a thirst for your righteousness. Dear God, we confess that we need you as never before. We need your guidance. We need your blessing. We need your help. We need your anointing. We remembered the many troubled waters that you have brought us through by your grace and by your mercy. We remember the Red Seas that have been parted and the mouths of the lions that have been pacified. We remember the miracles of those times, and in our time, we remember the miracle of America. In it all, we find our hope that we can be great and we can be good as we stand in your righteousness. And Lord, as we leave, Lead us so that future generations in this land know your goodness. May you bless us and keep us. Make your face to shine upon us. May you show us your favor and give us your peace in the name of Jesus Christ, who gives us a hope through his empty tomb and whose life has brought us new life and all the hope in the world. Amen, amen, and amen, and amen. God bless America.
Republican National Committee, Reince Priebus.
All right, the chair recognizes the delegate from the District of Columbia for the purposes of offering a motion. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I am Christine Brooks from the District of Columbia. I make a motion that the convention now adjourns.
All right, thank you. The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Accordingly, the convention stands adjourned until 5:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
This night